ladies and gentlemen. You're watching, yes, the Yankees Entertainment and Sports Network.
It is a gorgeous early evening here in Boston as the sun is setting on summer, and it is time for baseball. As the Yes Network presents New York Yankees baseball tonight. It's the New York Yankees against the Boston Red Sox in the first game of a four-game series from Fenway Park in Boston, Massachusetts. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Yankees baseball, along with Ken Singleton and David Cohn. I'm Michael Kay. We are smack dab in the middle of a pennant race, and it's a good one. So let's take a look at the standings presented by Mazda. Driving matters on the right, the East standings. So the Yankees coming to this four-game set, 4 games behind the Red Sox. The wild card, Orioles have the first one, Blue Jays have the second one, the Tigers a game and a half out, the Mariners a game and a half out, the Yankees are 2, and they're essentially tied because they all have the same amount of losses. Well, it comes down to 17 games, and we begin an 11-game road trip for the Yankees. It could be a bear for them. They've got to do their share of winning, Kenny.
Well, nobody said it was going to be easy, Michael, but the fact is, in the 17 games, I think the Yankees have to try and get the 90 wins to make sure they get to the playoffs. That means they have to go 13-4. They might be able to make it if they go 11-6.
It's going to be tough. Whatever the number is, they've got to win a lot of games. So how do they win those games?
Well, the two things that have hurt the Yankees all year have been on the road and against the American League East, and that's all there is left for the most part. So this road trip here in Boston, these 4 games mean so much, and to kick it off with Masahiro Tanaka, your best pitcher on the mound, is the right way to start it off. Yankees find themselves a little short in the lineup, so Billy Butler's in there to provide some pop, but you know it's going to be the road, it's going to be the American League East, and again, that's a real test because the Yankees have struggled in those 2 scenarios this year.
Let's take a look at the pitching matchup in this game, and it's brought to you by People's United Bank NA. See what know-how can do for you. The lefty Eduardo Rodriguez will go for the Red Sox. Disregard his record because he has great numbers against the Yankees. Masahiro Tanaka has been an ace for them this year, 13-4 with a 3.04 ERA. He has been even more outstanding of late. Coming up, Meredith Morakowitz and David Cohn will have more on Masahiro Tanaka. When the Yankees need a win, he usually gets them a win. Yankees need length, he usually gives them length. We'll talk about that when we get back right here on Yes.
It's alongside David Cohn. David, Masahiro Tanaka has been consistent all season long, but he has been exceptional as of late. Take a look at the last 7 games, 6-0, an ERA under 2, and just 4 walks to 48 strikeouts. What's been the key?
Well, I think he's really taken the next step, Rocky. He has become a more polished pitcher. He's using all of his pitches much better. He's pitching around his fastball more. We've seen him pitch away from his fastball a lot. Now all of a sudden it's become a weapon, especially on the inside corners you see there, and then his slider continues to get better. He can throw it to both sides of the plate. It's also a second swing and miss pitch for him. He can get called third strikes on the inside corner to righties. He can throw it down and away to righties as well. And then, of course, that Tanaka splitter. It's always been one of the best splitters in the world in my mind. And the fact that he doesn't have to use it as much anymore makes it more effective. But he can kind of save it for when he really needs it. And that makes it devastating because that's probably still his best pitch going right now.
Well, there's no question the Yankees could use a huge outing from Tanaka tonight. David, I know you have to get upstairs. You'll join Michael Kay and Ken Singleton. We'll have baseball after the break.
Is brought to you in part by Bank of America. Life's better when we're connected. By Mazda, driving matters. And by Heineken, open your world. It's a beautiful night here in Boston. The Yankees are 77-68. The Red Sox in first place. And they're 81-64. And the umpire is holding up the game because they're about a minute ahead of time. So John Hirschbeck is the home plate umpire, and he's going, hey, that's what they're supposed to do. You're supposed to start at 7:10. You're supposed to start at 7:10. So it gives us a chance to show you the Yankee lineup. Brett Gardner leads off. He'll play left. Jacoby Ellsbury in center field will bat second. Gary Sanchez catches and hits third. The cleanup hitter is Starlin Castro, who'll play second. Billy Butler, the newest Yankee, who DH. He'll bat fifth. Batting sixth, playing shortstop, D.D. Gregorius. Chase Headley at third base will bat seventh. Batting eighth, playing right field, Rob Ruffsnyder. Tyler Austin is going to play first base. He'll bat ninth, and the Yankee lineup today was presented by Lexus.
And there is the 23-year-old left-hander starting for the Red Sox who won the game of this series. You look at the numbers, he's been pitching better than the numbers indicate, especially since the All-Star break. He's 1-4 with a 2.76 after the All-Star break. And let's check out our pitcher scatter report brought to you by your Tri-Honda dealers. He's always been tough on the Yankees. 4-1 in his career against the Yanks with a 1.88 ERA. His last win, July 16th. Yeah, it was against the Yankees. And Jake Smolinski. Now here's something I appeal to David. Jake Smolinski is the only batter that Eduardo Rodriguez has hit this year. If I'm a hitter and I see that number It tells me he likes to keep the ball away from right-handed hitters and look away. Lefties like to pitch away here at Fenway Park. They don't want you pulling the ball off that green monster. So hit the ball back through the middle if you're a right-handed hitter.
Well, that was like a junior high school dance. Everybody just standing around looking awkward. So Eduardo Rodriguez is ready. Brett Gardner is ready. And let's do it here at Fenway. The first pitch is outside, and we're underway. We told you John Hirschbeck, generous strike zone behind the plate. DJ Rayburn at first, Bill Walke at second, and David Rackley is over at third. The 1-0. 2-0 on Gardner. Well, we know how tough, and Kenny just told you how tough he's been on the Yankees, but Eduardo Rodriguez has won one of his last 10 starts since the All-Star game. And it doesn't make sense because the numbers don't jive. He's pitched to a 2.76 ERA in the second half.
Yeah, that's true.
Opponents at 197 against him, but he's won just one of 10 starts.
That tells you either a couple of things. The Red Sox don't score much when he pitches, or he's involved in a lot of tight games that go the other way.
There's a strike to make it 3-1.
And the Red Sox pitching overall has been very good since the All-Star break. Rodriguez, Price, and Porcello all have ERAs under 3 since the All-Star break.
Well, this fantastic Boston offense, Michael, it's
High pop-up on the right side. Pedroia is there. One away.
It's another example, Michael, of pitching on the wrong day. I mean, Rodriguez, while he's in the game, enjoys about 3 runs a game of run support. That is extremely low among the bottom level of all starting pitchers, and you contrast that with the other Red Sox pitchers. And this is a team that scores nothing but runs, except on the day that this guy pitches.
A couple of groans from the crowd as the former Red Sox player Jacoby Ellsbury digs in. Defense fairly straight away, and the first pitch is a strike.
Jacoby had a nice homestand, 11 for 34, 3 home runs, some of them really big ones. Of course, they're all pretty big right now.
Rick Porcello has had a great year for the Red Sox this year, probably in the discussion for Cy Young Award. He gets about 7 runs every time he's taken the mound this year.
He didn't get them last night.
1-0 game.
He
right?
gave up a home run to Mark Trumbo, and that was the only run of the game. Took his 4th loss of the year.
Line drive and a base hit for Ellsbury. Why don't we check the Red Sox defense, which is presented by Geico. You've got Benintendi in left, Bradley Jr. in center, and Betts over and right. In the infield, it's Shaw, Bogarts, Pedroia, and Ramirez third to first. Sandy Leon is the catcher, and Eduardo Rodriguez is on the mound. There is a crisp feel in the air, almost autumnal here at Fenway Park on this Thursday evening. Here's Gary Sanchez. Harvest Moon behind the foul screen. Let's look at the game time weather presented by Bigelow Tea. 62 degrees, humidity 60%, wind is 11 miles per hour. It is a beautiful night for baseball.
Well, you know, Gary Sanchez is always going to have an affinity for Fenway Park. This is the ballpark where he hit his first major league home run. And Michael, we were doing that game and it was subject to review. Remember, it was on the yellow line out there in the left center field before it was determined that it was a homer, and he's gone on to hit 13 more since then. That was back on August the 10th.
Foul back.
In fact, I was thinking of another situation where it was close to being a home run. It was Benintendi, who they thought was a home run originally.
That was the same game, right?
The same game. Sanchez hit a bomb
Yeah, you're right. He took off from that point on.
Benintendi's been out with a knee injury, but he's back in there.
Deep drive, right center. Going back, Bradley. That ball's in the triangle, and it bounces into the seats. It's a bad break for the Yankees. If it would have bounced back to the field, then obviously Ellsbury would have scored easily. But Sanchez hit that ball a ton. A double.
Well, out there's the furthest part of the ballpark. 420 feet, so he put a charge into this one. And Michael's right. That's usually where you get your triples here at Fenway Park. You hit it right out there, it bounces around for an hour in that triangle before the center fielder can corral it. You get a 3-base hit, but instead it bounces into the seats. Ellsbury's going to be stopped at third, and Sanchez, in his 46 career hits, now 24 of them are for extra bases.
So 415-foot line drive is what that was.
Ooh, smoked.
Jackie Bradley just turned around and sprinted off the bat to show you how hard that ball was hit.
Here's Castro. Red Sox played the infield back here in the first inning. One man out, second and third. Foul back.
And David, that's a prime example of what I was talking about. The ball out over the plate. Lefties here going back to the days of Bill Lee and John Tudor. They like to pitch away from the right-handed hitters because it's easy to pull the ball off that wall and left. So you hit the ball back through the middle and you're going to get a few triples.
If you don't pitch inside enough, you're going to get some line drives back at you too on the mound.
Castro hitless in 6 at-bats against Rodriguez. Eduardo has had 6 starts against the Yankees in his career. He's 4-1 with a 1.88 ERA. Evan Longoria with a first inning 3-run home run. Rays lead the Orioles 3-0.
Nice play by Torres, but that ball almost picked off Joe Espada, the third base coach.
Not often you see a guy sitting on the bench with a glove on, but he is ready. That's how close it came to Espada. And Torres is wearing a glove, so a couple of the guys.
There's nothing that guy can't do, Torres. He is really impressed with his defense this year.
He's had some big hits along the way, too.
He does. He puts the bat on the ball.
Leon wants to talk with his pitcher. It's funny how, you know, we talk about spoilers. Already, Tampa Bay is spoiling people's season, taking a couple of games from Toronto, now up 3-0 against the Orioles. That game's far from over. The Yankees did handle Tampa Bay, which was important. But they are going to play a role in this. The Yankees are going to play 3 games in St. Pete against the Rays.
Yeah, we've always talked about how well Longoria has hit against the Yankees. He's hit very well against Baltimore, too. And he's hit more homers than any third baseman against the Orioles.
One-two. Line drive. That's going to be in front of Betts for a base hit. Ellsbury scores. They're going to hold Sanchez at third. It's an RBI single for Castro, and the Yankees lead 1-0.
Castro will now pick up his 68th run batted in of the year, but 37 of them have come in the last 56 games. So he's batting cleanup. He bat there for a reason. The drive-in runs. Mookie Betts almost comes up with a nice running catch, but the ball in front of him, Sanchez had to hold up to make sure the ball was not caught, and he can only advance to third base, but the Yankees are on the board.
Now here's the newest Yankee, Billy Butler. A's released him. Yankees just paying him the prorated minimum, and he would not be eligible for the postseason. And it's going to be interesting to see how he performs. because he has not had an at-bat in a game since September 6th.
Well, one thing he's always done in his career is hit well against lefties. .299 in his career against left-handed pitching. And he primarily, when he was out in Oakland, he was a designated hitter against left-handed pitchers. But you're right, Michael. You said, what'd you say, 10 days?
Since the 6th.
6th?
Yeah.
Wow.
It's about 10 days worth of big country breakfast, too.
That is his nickname, Country Breakfast. 10 big league seasons, most of them with Kansas City. First round pick for the Royals in 2004, an all-star in 12. Fly ball, center field. Bradley comes in, makes the catch. Here comes Sanchez, and the throw is not in time. So Butler in his first Yankee plate appearance hits a sacrifice fly, and the Yankees have a 2-0 lead.
You know, Michael, I'm thinking, he's been with Oakland all year. That ball club has struggled. They've been, if it wasn't there, and the Angels are fighting for last place in the West. Now he gets a chance to do something that makes a difference, and he's getting congratulations in his first at bat as a Yankee. Drives in a run, makes it 2-0. Welcome to the ball club.
Got a good number.
He's not a pitcher.
Yankees are facing a lot of lefties on this road trip. That was one of the reasons they picked up Butler, for that specific reason, as Gregorius leans out of the way. Very odd, though, that Oakland, a team that really pinches its pennies, releases Butler, and they still owe him $10 million for next year. Why wouldn't Billy Beane at least keep him for the rest of the year and maybe work out some sort of deal to absorb some of the costs next year?
Why did he trade Josh Donaldson to the Toronto Blue Jays?
All good questions.
Well, right-handed bat needed. Aaron Judge got hurt. Alex Rodriguez is in Miami. Big Country Breakfast is ready to go, and he's got a ribby in his first AB.
Popped up, left side, and it'll make the seats.
Yeah, Big Country comes to the city, huh?
He does. Wouldn't it be unbelievable if he just goes on a tear and helps him get into the playoffs, and then he has to stay so long? You have to be on the roster on August 31st in order to make the playoffs.
See, but what will happen is when the Yankees have their shares meeting, they'll remember that, and he'll get a nice stipend for his work if that happens.
1-2. Fly ball left field. Benintendi back into the corner on the track, and he makes the play for the final out. Well, a good top of the first inning for the Yankees. 2 runs, 3 hits, and 1 man left. Yankees 2, Red Sox coming to bat. Is the Red Sox starting lineup that will try to get it back. Dustin Pedroia, the second baseman, leads off. He is on a tear. Xander Bogaerts, the shortstop, at second. Hitting third, the DH, David Ortiz. Mookie Betts in right field will clean up. The number 5 hitter, first baseman, Hanley Ramirez. Travis Shaw, the third baseman, will bat 6th. Batting 7th and catching, Sandy Leon. What a year he's having. Jackie Bradley Jr. in center field will bat 8th and batting 9th and playing left field. Just came up the DL on Tuesday. Andrew Benintendi.
Here's a look at Masahiro Tanaka getting the start for the Yankees tonight. He's done well against the Red Sox, 5-2 in his career. Let's take a look at his overall numbers on this season. They're very, very good. This will be his 30th start. 13-4, excellent ERA, 3.04. The rest of the numbers fall in line. Let's check out the pitcher scouting report brought to you by your Tribe Honda dealers. This guy is a true ace. Down the stretch here, his last 7 starts, he is 6-0. Also, in his 29 starts this year, the Yankees are 22-7 in games started by Masahiro Tanaka. If he wins tonight, it'll be a new career high wins with 14. And last outing, he went off on a 10K run, 10 strikeouts in his last start.
Pitch to Pedroia is a ball. Since they moved Pedroia into the leadoff spot in August, he's hitting .435, 57 for 131, and his average has jumped up to .329. He's having some season.
Had a 7-game hitting streak broken last night.
Wow, rare error.
Oh my God. Whoa. Double clutch. Wasn't hit hard enough.
High fly ball right field. Ref Snyder is playing deep. Comes in a long way to make the catch.
You know, David, it's interesting to watch Tanaka early in ball games because, as you mentioned, he has so many weapons. He kind of reminds me of you in a way. But, during the course of the game, you watch and see what's really working. If he has everything working early in the game, the opposition could be in for a very tough night.
Well, he has been very unpredictable, as always, with precision too. Not a lot of walks. That's the amazing part about Tanaka, is how unpredictable he is with all of his pitches, but yet he hardly ever walks anybody. It's the control to go with that unpredictable. We've sort of seen Tanaka over the last 10 starts or so become a true 4-pitch pitcher now, where it used to be, you know, kind of slider split, pitching away from his fastball. Case in point there, Gary Sanchez likes to call fastballs in, and early in this game, Tanaka with one right there.
You got to be careful with Bogaerts in, though. He's very quick on the inside. And this ball, I don't think it was a strike. Comes in off the plate, and you can see he's quick enough to get the barrel out and pull it foul.
Pitch bad to his strengths, which I love that philosophy.
Fly ball center field. 2 outs.
Used to have that discussion all the time in pitchers meetings, Kenny, and going over hitters like you. And, well, he likes the fastball in, so you better not throw it. Let's chase him in there. If he likes the fastball in, let's throw it in off the plate and see what he does with it.
I take it for a ball.
Pitch bad for his strength. Yeah, well, you walked about 120 times a year too.
Here's David Ortiz. Yankees announced today that they will have a pregame ceremony for Ortiz when the Red Sox are in town on September 29th. Now, you did the game with me, I think, Kenny, when the Yankees were in town here at Fenway in August, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if I was in the bathroom. Did I miss the A-Rod ceremony the Red Sox had?
Well, if you weren't in there too long, you probably.
Now the Red Sox, in all seriousness,
Yes.
had an unbelievable ceremony for Jeter.
Yeah.
I mean, that almost seemed like a home ceremony, what they did for Jeter.
Yeah, Mariano's was quite impressive too. Those are two iconic players.
Actually, they invited Bernie Williams to play during Jeter's ceremony, too. He played Take Me Out to the Ball Game in the 7th inning.
Line down the right field line. That is going to be a base hit, and it bounces into the seats for a double for Ortiz. He is a doubles machine. What a year he's having. That's his 46th double of the year.
Well, that leads the league. But the type of year he's having, I wonder if the Red Sox try and convince him, hey, Poppy, come on back. You know, we could really use you. Even if you do half the stuff you did this year, you're going to have a good year. 46 doubles. That's a ground rule variety as it hops into the seats.
Those are his overall numbers this year. On base percentage of 400, 314, 33, and 111. What a year.
The 111, it's the most runs batted in for a player 40 years old ever. The record had been set by Dave Winfield, as the 40-year-old Winfield had 108.
Now the Red Sox in their notes say that only 3 players have had 100 or more RBIs in their final season. Joe Jackson in 1920, grounded to third, and Betts is down. Happy Felsch in 1920, and Albert Bell in 2000. So David is having a season for the ages in his final year. We go to the second, 2-0 Yanks. It'll be the bottom third of the Yankee order against Eduardo Rodriguez, Headley, Refsnyder, and Tyler Austin. Yankees lead 2-0 in the first game of this 4-game series. And a strike.
See a good two-seamer, sinking fastball away.
That's off of Rodriguez. It caroms out to Bogarts. And that's 1-6-3. Let's see if Rodriguez is okay. Second time in about a week that's happened to Headley.
Well, it's to David's point. When you pitch away, there's a chance you could be hit. And this one, well, he's okay, but the ball caroms off to his shortstop. That's going to make him feel better. If that caromed off him and into the outfield, would have felt a lot worse about it. Off his looked like his left foot, and Bogaerts is going to make the play for the out.
Well, Chase Headley, you're right, Michael, has had his share of those types of plays all year long.
Here's Rob Refsnyder. And a strike.
Hitters go back to the dugout and they start yelling at the pitcher, "Get out of the way." Get up there next time, get a little bleeder, and falls in for a hit. But things never even out if you're a hitter.
Well, the Orioles have stormed back, and they now lead Tampa Bay 4-3.
This is all in the first inning?
Yes. Minnesota's already beaten Detroit today 5-1.
The 52nd game that Refsnyder has appeared in this year. About 140 at-bats.
Taps it out to second base. Pedroia makes the play. 2 outs.
Off the end of the bat. Either a changeup or a sinker away. I think he had a broken bat and rolled it out to Pedroia.
Here's Tyler Austin, who has really been struggling of late. A lot of strikeouts. That was following that dramatic home run that he had against the Toronto Blue Jays. 0-1.
That was a good swing right there. We've seen Austin with his good power to the opposite field. This might be a pitcher that's right in his wheelhouse. Gets the ball out over the plate. Red Sox playing him just about straight away. Going to show him something inside. Well, they tried to, but missed.
Two and one.
Now, Eduardo Rodriguez is basically right-handed, but when he was a youngster in Venezuela, about 7 years old, he broke his arm. So instead of waiting for his right arm to heal, he began throwing left-handed. And now he's a left-handed pitcher. Everything else he does right-handed.
Give some Little League father some ideas right there, right? Tie your right arm behind his back.
They're always looking for lefties.
2-2. Popped up, right side. And it's going to be a fair ball and bounces into the seats. A double for Austin. He placed it perfectly. Betts couldn't get there. Pedroia couldn't get there. Ramirez couldn't get there. A 2-out double.
Long run for 3 Red Sox players. And of course, when you're the right fielder here, you have to respect the amount of territory you have to play. So it's very difficult making plays this close to the line and that far in. And you can see it hops directly into the seats. Maybe that's the way Austin comes out of it. A little blooper falls in for a hit. You're on your way. Not only a hit, a double.
Here's Brett Gardner.
As quiet as it is here at Fenway Park right now, this is where the Yankees want to keep it all night long. Just keep the crowd subdued, having their runners have the Yankees run around the bases, and Tanaka just shutting them down.
Two-oh. Runner at second, 2 men out, second inning, 2-0. Yankees over the Sox.
Oh,
you can hear that up here. So Gardner will take first, hit by pitch.
you know, this is a product of Rodriguez pitching away to righties, which means they're going to be into lefties, and he almost hit Gardner 3 times in this at bat. He finally got him. Now, well, it's near the forearm or the elbow, and pitching coach Carl Willis going out to the mound right on the elbow. It doesn't look like Gardner's wearing a guard on that elbow. Maybe the forearm just below the elbow, but whatever, it doesn't feel good.
And Carl Willis talking it over with Eduardo Rodriguez.
What you talk about, Willis? One of the good guys, good pitching coaches.
Yeah, he is. What was that, 80s sitcom trivia?
Here's Jacoby Ellsbury, started the 2-run rally in the first inning, lining a single to center field. Austin's at second. Gardner is at first. One and 0.
You know what that was, Kenny? It was a swing and a miss from the broadcast booth. Happens up here too.
Big cut by Ellsbury, 1-1.
I was watching Ellsbury during batting practice, and he went up in the bleachers at center field. And to me, it looked like the ball was really carrying tonight. If you look at the flag, the wind is actually blowing a little bit from left, from right to left. Going out towards the monster there, it might get a little bit of a boost. Not a heavy wind, but just enough to maybe influence the ball just enough.
Strike, 1 and 2.
You saw Ellsbury ask John Hirschbeck, and what's he going to say? No, it wasn't a strike.
Ellsbury, a .306 lifetime hitter here at Fenway.
I don't think it was, but
1-2. High fly ball, center field. Bradley is there. And he puts it away for the final out. No runs, a hit, no errors, and 2 men left on base. We go to the bottom of the second inning, 2-0. Yanks. Hybrid is the official hybrid vehicle of the Yankees. Do you like the fact that the Yankees will play their final 17 games against AL East clubs? Why or why not? Die Hard Inma. Absolutely. Each game has a playoff feel to it, and it's good for baseball in general. Follow Yes Network and tweet us your responses using hashtag YankeesRav4Hybrid to keep the conversation going. I guess the better thing would be if you didn't play American League East teams and you played all bad teams. Here is the remaining games after tonight. Yankees have 3 here at Boston, then 3 at Tampa Bay, 4 at Toronto, 3 against Boston at home, and 3 against the Orioles to finish the season at the stadium.
That's why some people think that the Detroit Tigers have a bit of an advantage, because their schedule, at least who they face and record-wise, seems to be the easiest.
There's a strike to Hanley Ramirez.
Minnesota turning that theory around today once again.
And I believe this weekend Detroit plays Cleveland. One and one. He's had some year, 24 home runs, 97 runs batted in. And this is after a disappointing first year here where it didn't work out in left field. But he's played a serviceable first base. Actually, he's done a very nice job. It's worked out for the Red Sox. And maybe next year they have him DH if Ortiz does go through with it. And he insists that he will when he does retire. That might be the next move for Hanley Ramirez, and then maybe go some other route with a first baseman. Never any question that Ramirez could hit. Just a naturally outstanding hitter.
Yeah, he's coming up on his career high in runs batted in. A few years back with the Marlins, he had 106. A little ways to go here.
Really come on lately, though. 7 of those 24 home runs in the last 15 games.
Yeah. Down the stretch baseball. Find out who your real players are.
Rounded to third, backhanded by Headley. One away. Now, David, I wanted to get your take on this. A lot of people are talking about Tanaka being considered for the Cy Young. And if he wins, you know, tonight it's 14 wins, but I don't think that wins are that important anymore. The other numbers jump out at you, where at least he has to be considered for votes.
No doubt about it. And he's making a Cy Young push right now, as Meredith Marakovich noted in the pregame show. his last 7 starts. His numbers across the board, so good. Pick a category. Tanaka's in the top 5.
Strike to Travis Shaw.
Yeah, one thing he's done, he's been very efficient on the road. And his ERA on the road, second best in the league, just 2.18 away from Yankee Stadium.
Rounded to first. Austin will take it himself. 2 away. Let's check out the cold hard facts. They're brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light. Since becoming a Yankee, he's been everything the Yankees could have hoped. A 3.11 ERA since 2014. And only 3 pitchers in the American League have a better number. Sale, Hernandez, and Kluber. And right behind him, in 5th place, is David Price. Those are pretty good pitchers there.
That'd be a pretty good 5-man pitching staff, wouldn't it?
I think the Cy Young race this year in the American League's wide open, Michael. You know, Kluber in Cleveland's having a good year. He's up there. Talk about even Britton, the reliever, the closer for Baltimore, getting some interest as well. So these last few starts could be make or break and a determining factor on who actually wins that award.
Porcello's having a good year here in Boston, 20-4.
He's definitely in the conversation.
I mentioned Tanaka's road ERA second best. I should mention who's the best, and that's a member of the Red Sox, Stephen Wright, 2.09 ERA away from Fenway Park.
Stephen Wright still not right. Bursitis in his shoulder, and they're wondering if he's going to make it back. Made the All-Star team this year.
It's a tough way to lose him too, as a pinch runner.
Yep. Diving back into second base. Jammed his shoulder, has not been the same. The 0-2. Grounded to second, charging Castro. And that will do it as Tanaka retires the Red Sox in order. 1-2-3. We're going to the 3rd here at Fenway. It's 2-0 Yanks. Season pushes with MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball. Enjoy game day, live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Get MLB.com at bat on your favorite devices now. We go to the 3rd inning, and Gary Sanchez will start it off. He doubled into the triangle in right center.
In most places, that would have been a home run.
Something is going on in the left field corner. They're holding things up. The garage door is open out there.
What happened the last time we were here? Who's got the remote for the garage door?
I was just thinking the same thing. Happens all the time.
Button there.
The button's
Button's
not working.
Manual's not working either.
Now, years ago, I was playing a Years ago, I was playing a game here, and I'm in right field. Don Baylor's in left field. He was chasing a ball down the line, and it hit over here, bounced back this way, and came back the other way. He chased it 3 or 4 times, back and forth in that doorway.
This is the door specialist right here.
Let's work at a hotel. He's a doorman.
That is a dangerous area.
Just play with it open. Oh.
Wow, that doesn't work.
Old school ballpark, old school technology. Need somebody else to come hang on.
Not great for the pitcher.
My question is, why did they open it to begin with? Here,
I think they do tours between innings where you go into the scoreboard.
really?
Yeah. I think that it's actually connected. That opens and closes with the Sky Dome roof. Now that's not even on Yesmo right now. Imagine if we put that on Yesmo. Oh, it is on Yesmo. Presented by your Tri-State Mercedes-Benz dealers. Well, Yesmo's really slow today. You can't write this stuff.
You hope his feet are not under the door.
I see fingers. Oh! And we are ready for baseball.
Yeah, that's the end of the tours for tonight.
And the pitch is outside to Sanchez. One and one. Joe Girardi just made a friend and a nice hat catch. Fly ball right field, long run for Betts. He's there to make the play, 1 away. Here's Starlin Castro.
Base hit his first time up. Not only drove in a run, it increased the hitting streak to 4 games. But Michael and I agreed earlier this year, David, that it's not a real hitting streak till you get to double figures.
The 0-1. 1-on-1. Castro with an RBI single in the first inning, just in front of a charging Mookie Betts in right. That was his 68th ribby on the season, 21 homers. He didn't like that call.
And this is one that's actually in.
Now, back in the day, before the umpires were evaluated game to game, Hirschbeck had an extraordinarily wide strike zone. And I wonder if it's changed, because you do get evaluated now. And if you're calling pitches that are way off the plate strikes, you will be penalized.
If you were a pitcher going into the series and he's working the home plate, You hope your turn comes up when he's behind the plate.
Right. Driven to left field and deep. Going back, Benintendi on the track at the wall. Leaps. It's going to hit the green monster as Castro gets himself a double.
I don't think he quite got that one, but he got it well enough to get it off the green monster over Benintendi's head. Didn't quite have that ripped sound, but it does have this sound. Off the monster. Castro now with 2 for 2. Now has 39 multi-hit games. That's the most on the Yankees. And the Red Sox played that perfectly. One goes for the wall, the other stays back for the carom off the wall.
Here's Billy Butler. Sac fly his first time up. And that's a line drive base hit to left center field. Castro will score. It's an RBI single for Butler, paying immediate dividends. And the Yankees have a 3-0 lead.
Some guys hit better with 10 days rest.
No thinking, right, Kenny? Strap it on and go. How am I looking in that Yankee uniform? 2 RBIs already in his first 2 at-bats.
Yeah, that pitch was right down Butler Boulevard, wasn't it?
No messing around.
Here's Gregorius. Driven deep to center field, going back Bradley. Turns, looks, plays it off the wall. Butler will go to third. Didi has a double. Second and third with 1 man out for the Yanks.
Well, we mentioned how well Rodriguez has pitched against the Yankees in the past. 4-1 with an ERA under 2. Looks like the Yankees have payback in mind tonight. This is their 7th hit up against the green monster. They're taking advantage of it this inning.
That was drilled to the deeper part of the park.
Carl Willis talking things over again. Let's take a look at the Bank America alert. This is Didi against left-handed pitching. Now, he was red hot the first 3 months. He's calmed down a little bit in the second half, but still 308 overall, and that's the highest average by a lefty batter against lefty pitching in the American League.
31 doubles leads the Yankees. Let's see how the Red Sox play this one.
Kind of halfway at first and second. Infield is not back, but it's not in either, so hedging their bet. Headley takes outside. Obviously, Butler does not have great speed at third, so they play deep enough where they think they can come home and get an out. Robbie Scott and Heath Hembree warming for the Red Sox. Fly ball down the right field line. On the run is Betts. He can't get there. A plate on a hop. Butler will score. Gregorius moves to third. It's an RBI single for Headley, and it's 4-0 Yankees.
Look to me that Gregorius got a little bit of a slow jump here. Headley, excellent plate coverage. Goes and covers that pitch probably off the plate. Didi's going back to tag for some reason with 1 out. There's no excuse for that. You've got to be halfway, and he's got to score on this. So bad base running by Gregorius here. No reason to go back and tag in that situation with 1 out.
You know, Betts actually made a good play to come up with it and get the ball back in, because that ball landed almost at his feet. And sometimes the ball will take a erratic hop, gets by you. Gregorius would have scored. But he should have scored anyway, you're right.
Now with the runner at third, Didi, the infield comes in a little bit more, still hedging their bet, looking for a double play. They're about halfway, not all the way in, with Refsnyder at the plate. Now if he throws over another couple of times, obviously that's being ordered by the dugout, so the bullpen has longer to throw.
There you go, Michael.
And that will do it as John Farrell will signal for the right-hander. So Eduardo Rodriguez did not have it. Usually lights out against the Yankees, not tonight, as he departs trailing 4-0, and runners on first and third, his responsibility. So Farrell makes the Verizon call to the bullpen, and Rodriguez's night is done. Roger Maris's American League record-setting season on Saturday, October 1st, and get one of the hottest collectibles of the season. It's Roger Maris Bobblehead Day, the final one in the 2016 Collectible Series presented by AT&T for the first 18,000 guests in attendance. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com, visit the Yankee Stadium ticket window, Yankees clubhouse shops, or call Ticketmaster at 877-469-9849. Heath Hembree comes on in relief. Red Sox carrying 12 relievers, 8 righties and 4 lefties, and those are the numbers on Hembree. Yankees stay with Refsnyder against the righty. Runners on first and third. One man out. It's 4-0 Yanks. 2 in the first, 2 here in the third. Still batting. Runner goes, and it's a stolen base for Headley, who is very cagey on the bases. He sees that they're not holding him. He sees that they're not looking, and he gets stolen bases.
Usually on the first pitch, too. As Headley does not mess around. Most of his stolen bases come early in the count.
That's number 7 on the year. And that forces the Red Sox to bring the infield in.
Foul back.
It was here at Fenway Park on the weekend that Refsnyder made his debut that he got his first home run over the Green Monster as well. Still looking for his first home run this year.
1-2.
That's probably been the one disappointing part about Refsnyder so far in his limited time with the Yankees is the extra base hits. Nobody thought he would be a 30 home run guy, but 9 doubles and no home runs yet in those 140 at bats.
He hit 2 home runs in 54 games at Scranton Wilkes-Barre.
Swing and a miss. Refsnyder down on strikes. 2 away, and that'll back up the Red Sox infield. Here's Tyler Austin. Bloop double just inside the right field line, bouncing to the seats in the 2nd inning. 2nd and 3rd, 2 outs. 4-0 Yankees. The Yankees have 8 hits. The Red Sox have 1 against Tanaka. Grounded to 3rd. And that'll do it for the final out. The Yankees get 2 runs. 4 straight hits against Rodriguez, and 2 men left. We go to the bottom of the 3rd.
Billy Butler described the last 24 hours as a whirlwind. When he was released by the A's on Sunday, he really wasn't sure what his baseball future was going to hold. He told me that he even considered shutting it down for the rest of this 2016 season and focusing on 2017. However, then he started to draw some interest from the Tigers and the Yankees. And when his agent initially called, he thought that the Tigers were going to sign him. However, he wound up with the Yankees, what he called a much better situation. He would have been more of a bench player with the Tigers. The Yankees, he's going to get much more opportunity. They're expected to, on this road trip alone, face 7 lefty starters. He woke up today in Idaho, flew here to Boston, got to Fenway Park about 5:30, and then took BP with the 3rd group. Guys, you mentioned that he hasn't seen live pitching in over a week. Well, it hasn't seemed to matter so far tonight.
No, a couple of RBIs, and he's been a big part of this 4-0 Yankee lead. And I wonder how many direct flights there are, Kenny.
From Idaho to Boston?
Yeah.
It sounds like a stop in Chicago to me.
Bradley is batting 8th. He's hitting .344 when he bats 8th or 9th. .238 batting elsewhere in the lineup. .272 overall.
So you're saying the lower he goes, the better he is.
Yeah.
It's sort of like doing the batting order limbo.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was a very long half inning. Remember, it started with the door fiasco. And then you had a lot of hits, and then you had a pitching change. So Tanaka's been on the bench for a while, and this is not one of the ballparks that has a mound behind the dugout.
Well, one thing's the same here. I walked through the clubhouse today, same size as it was back in the day. Probably the smallest in the league.
Same smell, everything.
Old socks. And with September call-ups, the dugout gets crowded as well.
This was the toughest one.
So Bradley walks, a rare occurrence for Tanaka, who's had unerring control.
Three-two splitter in front of home plate. So you want to be an umpire, huh? Yes. Sanchez tries to backhand it.
Here's Benintendi. Now, Benintendi went on the DL on August 25th. Left knee sprain. He was reactivated on Tuesday. And while he was out, that one's blocked. It really was an incredible stretch for Chris Young against righties and lefties, and it has presented a little bit of a problem for John Farrell. So he starts Benintendi tonight against the righty. Now, Chris Young's strength is hitting lefties, but you're going to see a lot more righties than lefties. But they love this kid Benintendi. He's one of their top prospects.
14 months after he was first-round draft pick, he's playing in the big leagues.
Tanaka fields and gets Benintendi as Bradley moves to second. And that'll bring up Dustin Pedroia, which leads us to the Jeep hitter scouting report on the Red Sox second baseman.
Yeah, Michael, you alluded to it earlier in his first at-bat, how hot he has been. And he has moved in second place. Now, he's finished second in the batting title once. In 2008, when Pedroia was the MVP, he lost out on the batting title by 2 points to Joe Mauer. Well, now, all season long, Jose Altuve has been way out in front, but closing fast is Pedroia. And since he's been moved to leadoff, Michael mentioned hitting .435, and now on the all-time Red Sox doubles list, he is tied with Hall of Famer Jim Rice for 7th place.
Fly ball right in the first inning for Pedroia. That pitch is outside. 1-0.
And last night, Pedroia, like most of the Red Sox, didn't have a good night against Baltimore. He went 0 for 4. And it was the first time he went hitless in a home game since July 20th.
Count 2-0. Bogart's on deck. There's a strike.
Yeah, that .435 leading off average was fueled by a streak in which he went 11 for 11.
That'll do it.
Yeah, it's one off the major league record. 12 hits in a row.
Tanaka's last start, his 10 strikeout performance against the Tampa Bay Rays. He had 20 swings and misses, his career high. tonight he has yet to get one.
This is a different team than this Red Sox club. Better hitting team.
Rip foul.
Although the Rays set their club record for home, they've hit 200 home runs this year.
Always what you look at with Tanaka, you know, with his stuff. Is he getting swings and misses? A lot of talk about him earlier in the year on regular rest. It was a big issue earlier in the year. He's kind of put that, you know, underneath the table for the time being.
Or put it to rest.
Put it to rest. Yes, exactly.
There's a base hit to left field. Bradley held up to see if it got through, so he'll stop at third as Gardner comes up and fires to Headley.
Pedroia just hangs in there. Finally gets a pitch he can handle as Tanaka leaves it out over the heart of the plate. Pedroia hits it where it's pitched. Sees it down the middle, goes ahead and turns on it.
There's only one batter in the league who's hit better in his home ballpark than Pedroia, and that's Francisco Lindor of Cleveland.
So here's Bogaerts with a fly ball to center in the first inning. First and third, one man out. Yankees lead this game 4-0. We're in the bottom of the third inning at Fenway. Tanaka deals. Swing and miss.
First one of the night right there. Missed the bat.
We've seen in the past here, in the recent past, where Tanaka in these situations reaches back for a little extra.
Knows he has Ortiz on deck. We go to the fourth inning in Baltimore, and Tampa Bay leads the Orioles 5-4.
Stop by Gary Sanchez on that pitch. Runners on base, they do not advance. You know, almost as impressive as his hitting has been his defensive ability. Textbook, getting that knee down, shifting in front of the ball. If the ball comes up, hits you in the chest protector.
Pedroia kind of a one-way lead at first base, not looking to steal.
3-1 on Bogaerts. Three and two.
Now the Red Sox are down 4-0. Let's see if Pedroia has any inclination of moving on this 3-2 pitch. Still got that one-way lead, David.
And the payoff. He walked him. How about that? 2 walks in an inning for Tanaka. And the bases are loaded for Ortiz.
Tanaka went all of August with just one base on balls.
Had a great shot last time of the signs that Sanchez was giving to Tanaka. Wanted a fastball. Tanaka shook to that slider to bring up Ortiz now with the bases loaded.
And the pitch. A strike. So great numbers in his career with the bases loaded. This season hitless in 7 at-bats.
Certainly would expect a steady diet of the Tanaka splitter to Ortiz here, because anything on the ground likely will be pulled in a high probability for a double play.
One. Fly ball left field. Gardner will make the catch. Tagging is Bradley. He'll score. The throw comes into third. A sac fly for Ortiz. And the Red Sox are on the board. It's 4-1 Yanks.
You see Tanaka facing Ortiz. Tries to backdoor the slider. Gets a lot of the plate at the knees. Strike one, down with the splitter. Ortiz looking down. Goes down and digs it out. 91-mile-an-hour two-seamer below the strike zone. And give Big Papi credit for being able to dig that out and get a fly ball and a sacrifice fly out of that.
Here's Mookie Betts, grounded to third in the first. And there's a strike.
Yeah, earlier this year, Michael had talked about Pedroia being moved to the leadoff spot. Well, he replaced Mookie Betts. John Farrell wanted to take advantage of Mookie Betts' ability to hit home runs and drive in runs. And Mookie Betts now has 104 runs batted in.
Also front and center in the MVP conversation as well.
Yeah, over 100 runs scored.
Popped up behind the plate. And Sanchez makes the play for the final out of the inning. All things considered, Tanaka escapes relatively unscathed. 1 run, 1 hit, 2 walks, no errors, and 2 men left. 4-1 Yanks. Set with the Red Sox tomorrow night at 6. Catch Audi batting practice today in the Chevy pregame before the game on Pix 11. Then turn back to Yes after the game for extra innings. That's post-game coverage. Plus, catch extra innings after Saturday's game on Fox, and then again after the final out of Sunday night's series finale. Fourth inning, Brett Gardner will lead off. And the pitch is high from Hembree, who came on in relief of Eduardo Rodriguez. Audi scoreboard shows the Yankees up 4-1 as we start the fourth inning.
It's good to see the Yankees break out with the. Well, they've had 8 hits, 4 of them are doubles. During the Dodgers series, they scored 5 runs. All 5 on solo homers.
Hembree works out of the stretch and deals a strike. Fourth inning, Tampa Bay now leads Baltimore 7-4. And a reminder, Minnesota has already beaten Detroit 5-1, so Detroit lost 2 games to the Twins. Now the Twins come to New York, and they'll play the Mets 3 games at Citi Field starting tomorrow night.
Playing the spoiler role, huh?
2-2. 3-2.
Yeah, a couple of things happen when you play the teams that are well out of it. They're either playing their veteran players when they're playing a team that's still in it, because the managers don't like to be accused of, bringing up all the minor leaguers and let them play. But sometimes those minor leaguers get in there and they are putting on a show. They're trying to make an impression. But one player who's putting on a show and making an impression is Brian Dozier. He's got 41 home runs. Almost 30 since the All-Star break.
Byron Buxton starting to come alive too. The young #1 prospect starting to figure it out. He'll be in center field for a long time for them. A great athlete.
And Gardner walks. Buffalo Bills head coach Rex Ryan was bragging yesterday that he picked up Dozier on his fantasy team when he got off to a bad start.
Really?
Yes. Runner on first base. Nobody out. Here is Jacoby Ellsbury.
Yeah, well, he's looking for offense. That's for sure. He only scored 7 points last week.
Lined into center field. Bradley's right there to make the play. So Ellsbury hit it hard, but right at Bradley. And that's going to bring up Gary Sanchez.
Red Sox with a right-handed pitcher in there in Hembree. It'd be interesting to see when you get the Butler spot, does he go to Brian McCann? It might depend on the situation in this inning of men on base, runners in scoring position.
Runner goes. Pitch is high. Throw to second. Not in time. Stolen base for Gardner.
Get the impression that Gardner and Ellsbury down the stretch here pick up the pace as far as moving yourself up 90 feet. Now in the scoring position, stolen base number 15. He's only been caught twice this year. Great jump. Not a good throw by Leon, who's known as a good defensive catcher, but not there.
Sanchez 6 for his last 11 here at Fenway Park. So likes hitting in this ballpark. That opened in 1912. A lot of hitters do. Off the glove of Leon.
Wow.
And Gardner scoots to third.
I don't know if that's a wild pitch or a pass ball. We'll get another look at it.
It's got to be a pass ball.
Yeah, it's got to be a pass ball. It looked like it was just below the mask, or maybe, you know, where he brings the glove up, kind of blocks his view of the ball.
Be surprised. That happens a lot with catchers on high pitches. They actually block themselves out.
And it scored a pass ball, and the Red Sox bring the infield in.
I think he's trying to get that run back that the Red Sox scored in the bottom of the third.
Grounded to third. Runner holds. Shaw fires 2 away. Let's get our first update of the evening, and here is Bob Lorenz. Having a good year, Evan Longoria, so Bob will keep an eye on that. Also, on the fringes of this wild card race, the Kansas City Royals are trailing Oakland 9-0 in the 4th inning.
Oh.
Here's Starlin Castro. Billy Butler is indeed on deck. There's the strike.
Edison Volquez started that game for the Royals. And that's in Kansas City. Got lit up.
Remember, the Royals were on fire when the Yankees came into Kansas City. 3 hard-fought games, and the Yankees won 2 of them, and that kind of knocked them back just a little bit.
Didn't the 2 wins come in extra innings? Yeah. You guys had me up late that night.
At the end of the rally mantis, right there.
That's right. Reading Dan Shaughnessy today in the Globe, and he compared this race to the 1967 Impossible Dream race. And it's kind of amazing that season where the Red Sox were battling 4 teams and there was no wild card then. You just, no division and no wild card. You either won the division or you went home, or you won the league and went home. That kind of revitalized baseball in Boston. Because in the years before that, there was one year they drew 600,000 fans. They'd play games in front of 1,500 people. There was one game that had an announced attendance of 670.
You're saying during that season?
No,
or
before. This is when it kind of caught fire again in 67. But late 50s, early 60s, it was not good here. You see now, this place is sold out through the end of the year. Foul back. And that team is called the Impossible Dream Team.
Now, wasn't that the year that Carter Yastrzemski won the Triple Crown?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Three-two. Off the glove of Hembree. Going to be a tough play. Pedroia charges, fires. Not in time. Scoring is Gardner. Infield single for Castro. And it's 5-1 Yanks.
Hembree would have been better off letting that go because Pedroia was in position to make the play. Instead, Castro has his 9th 3-hit game of the season and picks up his 3rd run batted into the night. Here's what Michael's talking about. Pedroia gave it the all-out effort, and even so, Ramirez is going to drop the ball at the end of this play. So Castro has himself an infield single. Yeah, you're safe. And the Yankees have themselves a run.
He called it before DJ Rayburn by a lot. Here's Billy Butler. Well, you dream about starts like this with a new team. You don't know who anybody is. Obviously, you've seen them across the field, but a sac fly first time he comes up, an RBI single next time. He also scores. So not too bad.
We're just looking at Starlin Castro's numbers, Kenny. What a surge he's had. Any way you slice it and dice it, really the last 30 games, 314 batting average.
He's now 15 for his last 38. 39 multi-hit games now this year. It leads the team.
And Butler down on strikes as he tips the ball into the glove of Leon. But the Yankees had a run on 1 hit. 1 man left. We go to the bottom of the 4th. 5-1 Yanks. More in state-of-the-art healthcare. We mentioned this earlier, and this is a big blow for the Red Sox. Stephen Wright, right shoulder bursitis, out indefinitely. 13-6, 3.33 ERA, and he was an all-star this year. That's a tough loss for them, and this is how he did it as a pinch runner against the Dodgers. Something that simple.
As innocent as that looks.
Amazing.
Yes. He was the savior for their pitching staff in the first half, when their rotation was really struggling.
Audi scoreboard, 5-1 Yanks. Hanley Ramirez leads off against Tanaka. And there's a strike. The 0-1. 1-1.
A little different look this time. Fastball's in to Ramirez. You know, that creates a little doubt in the hitter's mind. Is he trying to really come in here this time? He pitched me away the first time. Tanaka can go corner to corner. That one didn't quite make the outside corner, but Ramirez was too quick.
Hanging slider up. See Ramirez off the end just a bit and out in front and around it.
Hit sharply and grabbed on one hop on the backhand by Didi. Nice play for the first out. And we go back to the studio. Bob Lorenz with another update. "480 feet.
What?
Wow. Ball's really flying out this year. Here's Travis Shaw. And a strike. Bottom of the fourth inning, 5-1 Yankees. Popped up, shallow center. And a nice play by Gregorius for the second out. Two outstanding plays by the shortstop for the first two outs.
I didn't think there's any way, Kenny, he's going to get there off the bat. I'm thinking that's a bleeder all the way, but Gregorius turns and runs, and no problem.
Showing a ground game on the previous play, and now showing his pop-up skills.
Derek Jeter was probably the best shortstop I've ever seen on those types of plays, going back, the pop-ups. Gregorius, very Jeter-like there.
Ranging well into the outfield, like a mid-center or mid-left center.
Pitch to Leon is inside.
I was going to say that became apparent in his first game, Cleveland. You were pitching.
Yeah, that was a great play and a great day for Derek. Got it all started.
Hit a home run then that day as well. And a strike. This Park is where he played his last game. Little infield single, left the game. And this was after that storybook ending in Yankee Stadium, but still thought, you know, what he's about, he should play here, and he did. One. And against the shift, he hits it through the hole for a base hit, so Leon picks up a two-out single.
Leon's had himself a pretty good year. No, he doesn't qualify because he hasn't had enough at bats, but still, he's hitting over 350. And a switch hitting catcher. Been more of a bonus for the Boston Red Sox.
Yeah, a real surprise and a real find for the Red Sox.
Did we get him from Washington, I believe?
He was out there for the taking.
Here's Jackie Bradley Jr. And a strike.
Yeah, the Red Sox got him from Washington for cash.
Grounded to second. Right there is Castro. Gets Bradley, and that'll do it. Nice bounce back inning for Tanaka. No runs to hit. One man left. We go to the fifth. 5-1 Yanks. 1. Yankees over the Red Sox on the Cadillac scoreboard. New pitcher for the Red Sox is Junichi Tazawa. We're talking about Red Sox attendance and before the Impossible Dream season. How about this? Ted Williams' last game was September 28th of 1960. It's been immortalized by John Update in that story. The crowd at Fenway Park that day was 10,454. So this phenomenon of Red Sox baseball being the thing in Boston, it really has only started since 1967.
Ted hit a home run his last at bat.
Yep. And famously did not tip his cap.
Oh, didn't come out of the clubhouse either.
Right.
He just ran right into the clubhouse.
Well, he kind of had a volatile relationship with the media and the fans at times.
But they all agreed, one of the greatest players ever.
Gregorius takes upstairs, 1-0. There's a base hit inside third and down the left field line. Gregorius will head to second, and he has 2 straight doubles. This is a guy who has really struggled for about a month now, so this is a big pick-me-up for him. He's 2 for 3 tonight.
Well, he's had a couple of doubles, as Michael said, number 31 and 32 on the year. And that represents a career high for Didi Gregorius. He's really turned into a fine offensive season.
A couple of days off and then a pinch hit home run, and he's back to the races.
Yeah, this is the time of year where you got to get that second wind. This is the stretch run. You know, everybody this time of year has been beat up a little bit during the course of the season. You have your little nagging injuries, but if you got to play. Pitcher's arms might be getting a little tired, especially the bullpenners.
The weather cools off a little bit.
Yeah, well, in a way that helps because you don't get that oppressive summer humidity that really saps you during the course of the long August and July, the dog days. David, I know you've been involved with a lot of stretch runs, and to me it's the most fun as a player when your team has something to come to the ballpark for every single day going down towards the end of the season.
Grounded foul.
You think of the teams that are out of it, and all they can come for is trying to spoil it for somebody else.
Robbie Scott was throwing earlier. Was your best race, David, the '95 season? The tightest race?
Yeah, I think most definitely, the sense of desperation, sense of urgency, rather, in terms of, similar to these guys, this team right here, feeling how important every game is.
2-2.
It's the best time of year. This part of September. It's such a long season. You talk about, the marathon. Now it's a sprint.
Yeah.
This is the sprint portion. The second kick. What do you have left? Teams tend to fall apart. Injuries play a big role. Youngsters getting called up. The Gary Sanchez's of the world to give a team a lift.
Right in on the thumbs.
Sometimes this part of the season, the best team doesn't win. Sometimes the hottest team wins.
Yeah, and that's carries on into the playoffs.
The value for the Yankees of staying at 500 all that time. So now that if they do make a run, it counts.
Runner goes to third, pitches high, throw to third. Safe. He somehow eluded the tag. The ball beat him, but Didi eluded the tag by Shaw.
Well, Leon makes a strong throw, but it looked like Shaw caught the ball in front of the bag, and Didi with the swim move. Brings the arm back. Did he get the left hand? According to the third base umpire, David Rackley, he did not tag him. Somehow the glove is in between his two hands, and Didi is called safe. The ball is there well ahead of him, but no tag was applied. The Red Sox, of course, are looking this over.
So they are going to challenge. Red Sox will.
You know, David, back in the day when the ball beat you to the bag, you were out.
Automatic.
Yeah, it was just about automatic. And you can see David Rackley, just his head straight down. You can see Didi's right hand's already on the bag. And there's a safe call. He is in prime position to make this call.
So the play is under review.
Just don't know if there's anything there to overturn. It's very close.
Shaw did not argue, nor did he point to the dugout to say automatically challenged. They really took a long look at it.
Shaw kind of hung his glove in there for a while too, and then tried to tag him again on the chest. So
you know what you got? You got to make a sweep sort of tag instead of keeping it in one spot. So if the runner comes in, if you don't move the glove, he can try and avoid it. You got to sweep the glove across the bag, and usually you're going to touch something.
Very strange, though, that Didi would take this chance. He'd never make the first out or the third out at third base because you're not gaining enough of an advantage. You could move to third on an out and still be in a good position to score. So he better hold his breath that he's safe here.
That's a great point, Michael. I mean, the risk reward here for Gregorius.
He's safe.
Most stolen bases of third are usually attempted when there's one out. You're trying to get there so you can score on a sac fly. Maybe he thought he could make it. Well, he did. 7th stolen base of the year. He's only been caught once.
Well, that'll force the Red Sox to bring the infield in for Headley with a 3-2 count. And Gregorius can get a great lead. His lead could actually be much more, and you can see that Espada's trying to force him down because he could almost have a 25-foot lead because that's how far Shaw is from the bag.
You know, if there's a high chopper, he could possibly score.
Yep. Strike 3, Headley down looking. One away.
It's definitely on the plate. Headley probably thinks it's up a little bit. Just below the letters, between the belt and the letters. You could almost read Headley's lips saying that's up.
Know your umpires.
So they stay with the righty swinging Refsnyder. Infield is in. One man out, runner at third. Foul back. Hit .316 at AAA Scranton in 54 games. Was doing pretty well with the Yankees, and they sent him down because of a numbers crunch where they needed pitching help. went down, did what he had to do, and now he's back up playing in a very important game.
The ironic part with Rob Refsnyder is he was drafted as a right fielder and transferred to second base and then tried to learn how to play third base, and now all of a sudden here he's back at right field where he was in college.
One, 1-2.
I think the reason why they tried to move him to the infield because the Yankees viewed an outfielder as more of a power position. They wanted more home runs out of a right fielder.
Yankees 4 for 9 tonight with runners in scoring position. The Red Sox 1 for 3. And the 1-2. Swing and a miss. Refsnyder down on strikes. So now the infield could back up.
That splitter breaking down and in as Refsnyder's over the top of it. Tazawa's got a good one when it's right, and he is a strikeout type pitcher.
Here's Austin. He doubled in the second and grounded to third in the third. Tazawa deals. 0-1. Top of the 5th inning, Yankees up 5-1. Yankees 10 hits, Red Sox 3. Neither team with an error. And the 0-1. Foul back here, just over the radio booth. And it's 0-2. Didi leads off third. And the 0-2 to Austin. Swing and a miss. And Tazawa strikes out Headley, Refsnyder, and Austin with a runner on third and nobody out. We're halfway through. Yankees up by 4. Mohegan Sun, unlimited possibilities await you at Mohegan Sun. Plan your trip at MoheganSun.com.
Yeah, we mentioned John Farrell's team, a scoring machine, the only team in Major League Baseball over 800 runs, 806. And make mine a double. Red Sox, the only team over 300 doubles. This is a doubles ballpark. And you wouldn't believe it, the Red Sox have allowed the fewest home runs in the league. And it's, particularly here at Fenway Park, you would think they'd be middle of the pack or up on the list, but they've allowed the fewest.
Mason Williams takes over in right field as the Yankees tighten up their defense. Grounded past the diving Austin and down the right field line. That's going to go into the corner, and Williams will play the carom and actually played it well to hold Benintendi to a leadoff double. It gets scary out there if it hugs that wall, but Williams grabbed it before it started taking a route around.
Well, indeed, you see Tanaka with a little slider that just kind of drifts out over the plate, middle in. Benintendi's all over it. And that's what Michael's talking about. The ricochet right there is, even with the little bobble, Williams will hold Benintendi to a double.
Williams has always been known as a good defensive outfielder.
Cadillac scoreboard 5-1 Yankees. Kind of makes you wonder if you're going to bring in Williams for defense. Why wouldn't you have sent him up the pinch hit for Refsnyder against the righty? Maybe Joe knew that a left-hander was up and wanted Refsnyder against the righty rather than Williams against the lefty.
Yeah, there was a lefty warming up in the bullpen, so that was a choice by Girardi.
Grounded to short. Charging is Didi. And there's one away.
This is a big difference in Tanaka, Michael, and I know that you and I have talked about it along with Kenny. And pitching on regular rest earlier in the year was a big deal with Tanaka when he really struggled. You see Bogaerts 0 for 1 on the night. I don't think his stuff is really that good tonight or that crisp. He doesn't have a strikeout, not many swings and misses at all, but he's still making pitches. And that's a big step forward to be able to pitch without your good stuff on regular rest here in September, his 30th start.
Picks the Bogaerts outside.
The 30th start is his career high. He's had his career high in innings. I think what has kind of saved him tonight, you're right, Dave, his stuff isn't, but he's got a variety of pitches he can throw, and it creates, a numbers problem for the hitters. What's coming up here? It might not be all that good, but it's not terrible. You understand? It's not his best stuff, but it's not really where he's hanging pitches in the middle of the plate.
Keeping the ball down, getting a lot of ground balls, trusting his defense. In particular, that slider right there has been off. He hasn't been able to throw for a strike, and the ones he's left up have been hits, and you can see him talking to himself, trying to get through this. Even though there's only one run on the board, he's got a 5-1 lead. You can see it's been a struggle for Tanaka. No strikeouts, 4 hits, and 2 walks.
Chop to second. Right there is Castro. And Benintendi will move to third.
It'd be interesting to hear Tanaka's post-game comments tonight. He's usually pretty hard on himself, even when he's pitched well. He feels he could have done even better.
Yes, he is a perfectionist, as most great pitchers are. And this will bring up a pretty good test right here. David Ortiz with 2 outs, man on third.
Ortiz drove in the Red Sox only run. Bases loaded, 1 out. He hit a sac fly to left. Now a runner at third base, 2 outs. Shift is on, 3 infielders on the right side. And a strike. Good fastball, 94. So he reached back for something there. 1-1. Ortiz doubled down the right field line in the first, and the sac fly in the third. The sac fly gave him his 112th run batted in to match with 33 home runs and a .315 average. And a ground ball to second base. Castro's there, and Tanaka works out of the jam. So the leadoff double is wasted. No run to hit. One man left. We go to the sixth. 5-1 Yanks. Place in the East. They have a 1-game lead over Baltimore. The Indians 6 games over Detroit in the Central. The Rangers 8.5 over Seattle. That's in the West. The Orioles have the first wild card. That's 1 game over Toronto. And the Blue Jays, who are playing the Angels tonight in Anaheim, they have the second wild card, a 1.5 over Detroit and Seattle. Exciting times. Every game counts. Robbie Scott comes on, third reliever for the Red Sox. Eduardo Rodriguez started. And the lefty deals way inside.
Gardner's been moved off the plate several times in this game, hit by a pitch. See where Robbie Scott could be difficult for a left-handed bat. Now, speaking of Gardner being hit by a pitch, Michael, I looked it up. David Cone hit 106 batters in his career.
Didn't mean to do it even once. None of them were on purpose.
Well, I don't know about that, because in the last 4 years of his career, he hit 45 batters.
Really?
So I guess he's paying some guys back. What was up with that, David?
Well, when you lose velocity and your skills start to diminish, you have to pitch inside more.
Okay.
And that's always been, you know, kind of a theory of mine and a lot of pitchers and good pitching coaches.
Your top year, you hit 15 batters in '98.
That was a good year. I don't mean that. I mean, you had a good year.
Yeah, he did. The next year, he hit 11 in '99. 2000, he hit 9. And then he finished it off in '01. He hit 10 more.
2-2. You guys have heard me say it many times, and trying to, analyze some of the pitching performances of these current Yankees and the ability to pitch inside, how important it is. And then if you're gonna miss, you got to miss further in, not on the plate. Especially in today's game when there's kind of this all or nothing mentality with a lot of hitters, home runs and strikeouts.
Two. Gardner really battling.
Anybody ever charge a mound?
Two guys tried. Yeah, Pedro Guerrero threw the bat at me one time. Kind of helicoptered the bat right over my head. Caused a bench clearing brawl right there.
I could see where that would happen.
Mark McGuire tried to get to me, but
well, that was a good thing he did.
He couldn't make it. Yes.
Strike 3, Gardner down looking. And now he's looking at where the ball traveled and thought it was too far inside.
We'll get another look here, and you can see, as Kenny mentioned, that style breaks around the plate.
Yes, it was.
Goodness.
Got to cross home plate sometime. That one didn't.
I always remember something that this stays with me. I don't know why. Wade Boggs and I were talking about hitting, and I think it was about John Hirschbeck behind the plate. And he hated having Hirschbeck behind the plate. So I said to him, I said, well, why do you get angry? I said, why don't you just expand your strike zone when you know John Hirschbeck's behind the plate? He said, because I have honed that strike zone since I was 7 years old. I'm not going to change it for one umpire. I just can't. It's not that easy.
You know, you can see Wade Boggs' whole thing. He was a big on-base percentage hitter. Had over 3,000 hits, but he also walked a lot. So as Michael said, he had honed that strike zone. He knew what was a ball and what was a strike. It was Hirschbeck that was going out of the box.
Might have been one of Joe Torre's best managerial moves in the '96 World Series, was saving Wade Boggs for that game-tying walk with the bases loaded.
Yeah, drew a bases loaded walk.
Big Game 4 comeback.
3-2 pitch, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. Hit the right guy up there at the right time. He knew what a ball and a strike was, as well as anybody in his era.
Joe Torre probably had his best postseason in that particular World Series in terms of pushing the right buttons.
Popped up, shallow left. Bogarts is there for the second out.
Got that walk. And we're going for a walk back in time here. Rock Rain scores. An RBI for Wade Boggs.
And Wade could not have been too thrilled about not starting that game either, and to be saved like that and then come up with that big walk. He earned that ride on that horse.
Did. Both Tito Martinez was also benched in favor of Cecil Fielder, and of course Charlie Hayes was platooning with Boggs at that point at third.
Who'd the Braves start that game? Was it Glad?
Denny Nagel.
Oh, Denny Nagel. Okay.
Denny and David always united in history. David came in 2000. Denny Nagel 1 out away from getting a World Series win, but Joe brought in David Cohn to get Mike Piazza.
Now it's commonplace. You know, you see a lot. See Girardi remove several pitchers here in the 5th inning with a chance to win recently.
I don't think Denny Nagel ever got over that. He was really chapped.
Nobody on base, 2 outs. Mike Piazza up.
Hit sharply, and a nice grab by Shaw. Took a base hit away from Sanchez. And Scott works a 1-2-3 inning. We're going to the bottom of the 6th. 5-1 Yanks. Yankees lead the Red Sox 5-1 as we go to the bottom of the 6th inning, including this one. 17 games remaining for the Yankees, all against American League East opponents. And this starts an 11-game, 3-city, 12-day road trip. So if the Yankees are going to get into the postseason, they are certainly going to earn it, because it's not easy playing these teams on the road, and each game means so much. Obviously not to Tampa Bay, but you see what Tampa Bay is doing to Baltimore in the 6th inning. The Rays lead 7-4 over the Orioles, and the Orioles look at this score and know that they can move into first place if they would win that game. So no team's going to roll over for any other team, because the other team needs to win. There's Mookie Betts leading off against Tanaka. First pitch, ground ball to third. Headley makes the play. One down.
And you got Toronto out on the West Coast. Now they're probably out taking batting practice right now, but you could be sure when they got to the clubhouse earlier, they're sitting there probably watching both those games. They've got both of them on the TVs in the clubhouse out in Anaheim.
That's rough for the Blue Jays of a West Coast trip.
Oh yeah, this time of year.
That's
not particularly good.
Blue Jays just hired Ben Cherington, the former GM of the Red Sox, who left when they brought in Dave Dombrowski as the vice president of baseball operations. Now they already have a GM and they have a president, Mark Shapiro, and what Cherington is really brought in there to do is to rebuild their farm system. Did a pretty good job of that here with the Red Sox.
Yeah, you just saw Mookie Betts. He was the draftee when Cherington was here. Probably Jackie Bradley Jr.
Holding on to all of that youth certainly benefited that man, the current GM, Dave Dombrowski.
Probably signed Bogarts when Cherington was here.
Jackie Bradley Jr. was almost traded a few times, and Cherington vetoed the trade.
Probably Travis Shaw as well. Just several players in their lineup.
High pop up. Headley with the second out. Cherington is also the guy who hired John Farrell. So Farrell had really nice things to say about him. And Cherington, when he left the Red Sox, just wanted to take the year off from baseball and was a professor at Columbia University this year. Here's Travis Shaw. I believe it was in some sort of sports business aspect.
Well,
yeah.
I could see that.
He was also the one who signed Rick Porcello before we really needed to a big $80 million deal. And that suddenly looks like a good deal all of a sudden when last year it was questioned.
What'd you say about run support?
It helps when you walk out
Yeah.
Union on most nights on average and you're getting seven runs to work with.
Swing and a miss. 1-2.
You know, we've talked about from time to time during the course of the season the soft contact aspect. Tanaka's getting that tonight. He, as David said, not many swings and misses, but the Red Sox haven't really squared that many balls up against it. They hit a few hard ground balls to third to Headley, and one hard ground ball to short to Didi. But outside of that, he's done a pretty good job of keeping the ball off the fat of the bat, even though, as David said, he's not getting the swings and misses.
Yeah, no strikeouts. In a position here for his first strikeout of the night. It's coming off of his career best effort in swings and misses in his previous start.
Grounded to first, and that'll do it. So Tanaka's given up 1 run over 6 innings to a team that averages 5.99 runs per game. Beautiful look at the Boston skyline. Yankees lead this one 5-1. And all of our service members at home and abroad. We go to the 7th inning here at Fenway Park, and the Yankees are up by a score of 5-1. Scott's still in there. That was an 8-pitch inning, by the way, for Tanaka. GMC scoreboard 5-10-0, leading 1-4-0. And that was Tanaka's first 1-2-3 inning of the game.
Yes, he now has 12 ground ball outs as well as Tanaka's the groundhog today. A lot of pitches down and splitters and sinkers. His fastball down, his two-seamer's been a savior for him tonight.
Castro 3 hits tonight. He's hitting .327 in September. Ground ball in the hole, backhanded by Bogaerts. The long throw, they get Castro for the first out.
Well, Bogaerts is recognized as one of the better hitting shortstops in the game, but now he's showing off defensive skills. Leap in the air. Well, there was something on that throw as well to get Castro at first base. Nice play. Xander Bogaerts.
Where's number 2? He was a Jeter fan. Did that play look familiar?
Yeah, it did.
Here's Billy Butler, his first Yankee game, a sac fly, an RBI single, a run scored, and a strikeout. Oh and 1. Well, the picture they have of Butler on the scoreboard, he's sporting a goatee, and they obviously have superimposed or photoshopped the Yankee uniform on him, but that goatee is gone as per the rules. One.
On his day with the Kansas City Royals, it was a doubles machine. 3 straight years he had 40 or more doubles. So when he said make mine a double, he meant it.
Yeah, Billy doubles.
Yeah.
And the 2-2. Grounded to third. Shaw gets Butler. 2 outs here in the 7th. And here's Didi, who is 2 for 3 tonight with 2 doubles.
Yeah, speaking of doubles.
Didi doubles.
Didi with 18 home runs, same number he wears on his back. You're really rooting for a guy. You get this close to 20, you want 20 home runs, and that's a pretty big number from a middle infielder. Castro already has it. He's got 21 at career high.
Fly ball, shallow center. Bradley is there to make the play, and the Yankees go down in order 1-2-3. In fact, Red Sox pitching is retired 9 in a row. Time for the 7th inning stretch. local Nissan dealer. Yankees have 10 hits and 5 runs. The Red Sox 4 hits, 1 run. Tanaka 6 innings, 4 hits, a run, 2 walks. Has not struck out a batter, as Jack just mentioned. Eduardo Rodriguez so dominant over the Yankees in 6 career starts. Not tonight. Starlin Castro 3 for 4, double, 2 ribbies and a run scored. Billy Butler, first game as a Yankee, 1 for 3, 2 ribbies and a run scored. So Tanaka has thrown 29 pitches in his last 3 innings. So talk about being economical. He's just at 79 for the game. Will face the bottom of the order, and Sandy Leon takes strike. Now, I mentioned the 6th inning was his first 1-2-3 inning. I stand corrected. He also had a 1-2-3 inning in the 2nd. Ground ball right side. That's Didi to make the play. 1 away. So it scored a 6-3, but it's hit to the right side. GMC scoreboard 5-1 Yankees over the Red Sox.
You know, in certain games where you don't have the high strikeout totals, that means you're getting outs earlier in counts. It takes at least 3 pitches to strike hitters out. So that's why he's sitting on 81 at this point.
Bradley fouls it back. 0-1.
Everything Tanaka's throwing is at the knees or lower tonight. As Jack Curry mentioned, that explains all those ground ball outs.
Tommy Lane and Adam Warren up.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a good night to be a worm crawling around in front of home plate, would it?
Be a short night. The 0-1. Swing and a miss. 0-2. One and 2. A 1-2. Bounced up there. 2-2.
Do you remember Sanchez going out to the mound tonight? Maybe once.
I don't recall a need for it.
No, there's no need. What I'm saying is that usually it goes out there quite a bit.
Boy, Bradley does not get cheated on his swings. Big parabola, always finishes the bat pointing up.
This is what Michael's talking about. Jackie Bradley Jr., who this is kind of his breakout season with 24 home runs. Make that, 24 homers, 84 ribbies.
2-2. Fastball upstairs, 3-2. 87 pitches for Tanaka, 57 strikes. Andrew Benintendi is on deck. And the 3-2. Walked him. We go back to Bob Lorenz for another update. Thank you, Bob. The 2017 schedule came out. The Yankees will be playing the American League, or the National League Central and Interleague play, and they will have 3 games at Wrigley Field. That'll be next year. Here's Andrew Benintendi.
That's a fun ballpark.
That'd be worth a trip. Yes,
Yeah.
if you're going to make some early plans on possibly traveling to Chicago, that'd be good to center it around that.
Yeah, check out that schedule.
I'll meet you on Rush Street. Drinks are on me.
Better bring some plastic with you.
I'll bring Wells.
A couple of years ago, the Yankees played the Cubs in interleague play, and they had the entire week in Chicago. The way the schedule was made out, Cubs and then the White Sox. So That was a nice trip. Grounded to first. Austin with the short hop will step on the bag as Bradley slides into second. So 2 away. Let's take a look at the Acura pitch count. 91 pitches, and you see the breakdown. The heavy pitch inning was 27 in the third. And it's all brought to you by the Acura Summer of Performance event. Now, Larry Rothschild will head out and talk with Tanaka with Pedroia due up. And that is Tanaka's interpreter, Shingo. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the New York Yankees. Any publication, reproduction, or other use of the pictures and descriptions and accounts of this game without express written consent of the New York Yankees strictly prohibited.
That was just sort of a visit by Rothschild. Hey, are you okay?
Yeah.
Got one more in you? Well, the one more is Pedroia.
There's a strike to Pedroia. Nubbed in front of the plate to knock off the mound quickly will get Pedroia, and a strong 7 innings for the Yankee ace. No runs, no hits, no errors, 1 man left. 7 in the books, 5-1 Yanks. Mobile phone. And by your Tri-Honda dealers, hurry to your local Tri-Honda dealer for great deals on the 2016 models. And by USAA Insurance, banking and investments tailored for the military community. We start the 8th inning, and Chase Headley takes a strike. Robbie Scott still in there. The Hyundai scoreboard, Yankees up 5-1. Headley's 1 for 3, RBI single. Pitch inside.
Sweeping breaking ball from Scott. '50th run batted in of the night for the night. For Headley for the season, I should say.
There's a base hit as Headley picks up a leadoff single here in the 8th. And that'll bring up the youngster Mason Williams. Took over in the bottom of the 5th inning in right field for Rob Refsnyder.
So the Yankees play a little small ball here. You got a lefty on lefty. Might have Williams bunt, try and get Headley in the scoring position. We saw from Scott's delivery how difficult he could be for a left-handed batter to hit. And he struck out Gardner, popped up Ellsbury. Let's see if Joe Girardi is going for the bunt here. Red Sox are looking for it. Yeah, he flinched a little. That's why pitchers throw over the first. See if the hitter gives any indication that he might be bunting. And now we're going to get Joe Espada to talk to Mason Williams. Williams' career was set back because he injured his shoulder diving back into a bag. Eventually had to undergo surgery. Missed a lot of time.
Bunted toward third. Good bunt. Sacrifice successful. Moving to second is Headley.
I don't know if you could do it any better than that. Deadened it nicely. And he moves Headley into scoring position.
And here is Tyler Austin, blooped a double down the right field line, just inside the line, and then bounced into the seats, then grounded to third and struck out.
A little surprising that John Farrell's going to allow this matchup. Robbie Scott's been in there 2 innings.
Maybe the reliever's not ready yet. Maybe the right-hander looks like he's just now getting loose.
I think he wants him to survive this because then the Yankees have 2 lefties coming up. Noe Ramirez. Count 2-0.
Usually in September you go batter to batter with all the extra pitchers down there. But Robbie Scott's been throwing the ball so well. John Farrell feels pretty comfortable to allow this particular matchup. And with first base open and a 2-0 count, I would not expect him to give in.
So you call a breaking ball, right?
Call a breaking ball and go ahead and let him walk on down to first base here.
Now, if you're Joe Girardi, I know he's got a rookie up there. Let him hit 3-0. Maybe get a cookie right down the middle. That. Don't see many rookies getting the green light 3-0 because they're liable to wail at anything that comes up to the plate.
(3-1) and Austin walks, and that'll bring up Gardner.
Speaking of counts, Kenny, I know I've had this discussion with Michael. I always thought 3-1 was a much better hitter's count than 2-0. And, you know, the old saying that a 2-2 count's an even count.
Yeah.
To me, it wasn't an even count. I had 2 more pitches to work with as a pitcher before ball 4 came.
I understand.
You only had 1 more pitch to work with before you struck out. So.
Yeah.
So for me, the 3-1 count was more dangerous than the 2-0 count.
If I could come up with either one of them, I'd be happy. If they start to count at 3-1 or 2-0, with 3-1, I felt a lot more confident. I figure if they miss, I'm going to be on base anyway on a 3-1 count.
For me, the only true even count was a 3-2 count. I've got 1 pitch left for the pitcher before you walk him, and the hitter's got 1 pitch left before he strikes out. So that is the only really true even count, a 3-2 count.
But I would say for a hitter running the count that deep, you've probably seen everything. So the kind of goes in your favor just a little bit. It's always in the favor of the pitcher.
Fly ball center field. Bradley is there for the second out. Let's check out tomorrow's starting pitchers. Game 2 of this 4-game set brought to you by Fios. Fios is not cable. We're wired differently. Visit getfios.com. The kid, Luis Cessa, gets to start against Clay Buchholz, who's gone back and forth between the bullpen and the starting rotation this year. Now, mark this down. Our coverage begins at 6 p.m. on Yes. We'll have the batting practice show on the pregame show. And then the game will be on Pix 11 tomorrow starting at 7. So here's Jacoby Ellsbury as the Yankees trying to build on a 5-1 lead. Ellsbury's 1 for 4 tonight with a run scored. Grounded foul.
It is really hard to hit a ball just like Ellsbury just hit it.
And not hit yourself with it.
I mean, he almost pulled that right
behind him.
Behind him. I mean, it is hard to hit a ball this hard, this far foul.
I think he's able to do it because he leans back in his swing, and that's how come he gets so many catcher's interferences.
Oh, 2.
That one got him. He's going to have to walk this off, and I do believe he wears a guard anyway. Bad memories.
I don't think the guard goes up that high.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
And Stevie Donahue, the head athletic trainer, makes his way to Ellsbury.
Yeah, shots like that off my leg used to cancel disco night.
The line drives back up the box. I've still got marks all over my shins from shin burgers. Line drives that catch you right, and there's just no meat on that part of the leg. It's not a pretty sight in shorts, Michael. That's a beat up shins over the years.
Pants at the beach.
The 0-2. Fouled into the seats. Along with Ken Singleton, David Cohn, and Meredith Marakovitz, I'm Michael Kay. You're watching Yankees baseball here on Yes. Yankees and the Red Sox, beginning of a 4-game set. Yankees lead this one 5-1. 2 in the first, 2 in the third, 1 in the fourth. And the Red Sox on a sac fly by Ortiz with the bases loaded and 1 out, scored 1 in the third. And that's the scoring in this one. Chop up the middle, grabbed there by Bogaerts, and there's no play. Coming home is Austin, and he's going to be out. That's a heads-up play by Bogaerts. Check that, that was Headley, my bad, as Headley gets gunned down at home plate. So Headley rounded third, thought the throw was going to be made to first, and Bogaerts was alert enough to fire home, waited for it to happen, and finally got him. You score at 6-2, we go to the bottom of the 8th. tried to come home. Was he waved home? Let's watch the Yankee third base coach, Joe Espada.
Yeah, that is a big mistake by Joe Espada. I mean, you have to make sure that goes through. Headley got hung out to dry there. His only lifeline is the third base coach.
The ball's behind him.
Now, Ellsbury gets a hit on that, so it's a hit and 6-2 out on the fielder's choice. That's not a good send. Monday scoreboard, it's 5-1 Yankees. So Adam Warren comes on for Tanaka. 0-2. See what Warren's done with the Yankees in 22 games, 2.91. 21 and 2/3 innings, 18 hits. So he's pitched much better with the Yankees than he did with the Cubs. David, let's review Tanaka. Didn't have dynamic stuff, didn't have a strikeout, but might get himself a win if the bullpen does the job.
Yes, I mean, he got 21 outs in 7 innings, 15 of them on the ground. And as Kenny said, a couple of them were hard hit, and Headley really made a couple of nice plays at third behind him. But for the most part, kind of choppy ground balls, weaker contact. Tanaka continues to impress. This might be one of his most impressive starts on a night when he didn't have his strikeout pitch, when he didn't really have that dynamic movement that allows him to get big strikeout totals. He recognized early, Kenny, and he stated the knees are lower all night long. His two-seamer was at the knees or lower. Every one of his pitches were down, 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 and he got a lot of ground balls, and the infield took over.
2-2. Popped up. Castro is there and puts it away for the first out.
Going back to Tanaka. First two hitters he faced in the game in the first inning, Pedroia flied to right, Bogarts flied to center. There was only one other fly ball to the outfield. That was the sac fly by Ortiz in the third inning, and that went to left field. So good job of keeping the ball off the fat of the bat, keeping the ball down, ground ball outs.
That's the big difference, Michael. Or, earlier in his career, or even earlier in this year, on regular rest, Tanaka would struggle with this kind of stuff. We've seen that in the past. Not tonight. He recognized early, made the adjustments. He's got more pitches in his repertoire to turn to now as well. Mixing in a slow curve a lot more often to get strikes in the 70s. Slider and splitter in the 80s, and on the top end, an occasional four-seamer at 94.
Driven into center field and deep. Ellsbury turns and looks. See ya. A home run into the center field bleachers for Ortiz. And the Yankees now lead 5-2. His 34th home run of the year. He's driven in both Red Sox runs tonight.
And that home run breaks a tie with Hall of Famer Mickey Mantle on the all-time list. That's number 537 for David Ortiz. The Mick. Ortiz is now 17th place, all by himself on the list. I think of how many home runs I saw Mickey Mantle hit when I was growing up.
There's Mookie Betts, and there's a strike.
A lot of them here at Fenway Park, and a lot of them into the center field seats, just like this one.
Check swing, slow roller, going to be a tough play. Warren fires off balance, and a base hit for Betts.
I can recall a game here at Fenway Park when as we take a look at this Ortiz's home run. And I mentioned he just passed Mickey Mantle with this one. I can recall a game when Mantle and Maris having that great home run chase in 1961. They both homered in the first inning. And Red Barber was the announcer for the Yankees. And all he said was, well, that's what they paid to see. And he left it just at that.
That replay brought to you by New York Presbyterian, the official hospital of the New York Yankees. Amazing things are happening here. So a base hit for Betts. And that brings up Hanley Ramirez. Yankees have a 3-run lead.
The thing you worry about is that very loud sound off of Ortiz's bat woke everybody up.
Yeah, it did.
And now all of a sudden, that green monster starts to get a heartbeat.
Fouled away.
And Tommy Lane, the former Red Sox, is up. The Red Sox have a few left-handed hitters. 3 of the next 4. Sandy Leon is a switch hitter.
That home run by Ortiz measured at 442 feet. Blake Parker also up. Orioles making it a bit tighter. Bottom of the 8th inning. Tampa Bay now leads by 1, 7-6.
Good friend of mine, Kenny, the late great Dan Quisenberry, that gave me that line, who's famous for that line, pitching here at Fenway Park, is the Green Monster has a heartbeat. You could, as the rallies start, you could almost hear it start to thump. That's what Adam Warren wants to avoid right here, is Ortiz's blast, trying to bring the Red Sox back to life here.
Fouled away, 1-2 on Ramirez. Betts leads off first. And that one gets through Sanchez. That'll take away the double play as Betts moves into scoring position.
Warren's trying to bury a slider down. You see Sanchez just doesn't get the glove down. Everything else is in good position. He's just late with the glove. And right through the legs.
So a wild pitch moves Betts to second. And a grounder to the third. Charging is Headley. And he gets Ramirez for the second out. That's going to bring up Travis Shaw, who is 0 for 3. Betts at second with 2 outs. Five-two Yankees, bottom of the 8th. That one's blocked by Sanchez. Red Sox tonight 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position. Outside 3-0 with Sandy Leon on deck. There's a strike. 94-mile-an-hour fastball, 3-1. And Sanchez has had more conferences this inning than he had for 7 innings with Tanaka.
Well, it's that count again, Kenny. It's a 3-1 count. If you lose this guy and walk him, you bring the tying run to the plate.
Yeah, that's true.
So are you going to go ahead and challenge him? I think the right call is to challenge him.
Yeah.
Go after this guy.
Double barrel action in the Yankee bullpen.
As opposed to try to trick him with a changeup.
Count 3-2.
Confidence in Warren's slider. 3-1 slider in on the fist. Ties Shaw up.
And the 3-2. Out of the way.
Another conference. Maybe this is about location. Well, I think it also has to do with a runner at second base. Betts has been out there a long time.
That's part of it, because you don't want to have your pitcher lose his momentum out there and have to shake off 2 or 3 times with multiple signals.
Rip foul.
That's 3 straight sliders in on Shaw. To me, Kenny, that pitch is more designed to pop him up or get him to pull it foul to lead to the next pitch. Is a 2-strike type pitch. Adam Warren's only other choices would be a curveball or a changeup.
And he bounced it for a walk. And that will bring the tying run up to the plate. Now, do you find it a little odd that obviously Warren is struggling? You've got 2 guys warming in the bullpen, and you're going to stay with Warren rather than have Girardi come out and they send out Rothschild. Why are those guys warming? For after the damage?
Well, let's see. Sandy Leon's a switch hitter, so whoever you bring in, he's just going to, if you bring in Lane, he's going to jump over the other side of the plate. Maybe he feels that Warren's his 8th inning guy, and he's going to ride him.
Yeah, you feel like you want the switch hitters batting left-handed in Fenway Park.
Yeah.
Well, you could bring in Parker if you think that Warren's ineffective right now.
Well, that's the quick read. That's the reason why managers make the big bucks, right? Who do you feel comfortable with? Can Warren still make a pitch? Do you like what you're seeing in terms of stuff, even though he has struggled a bit this inning? How much do you trust Blake Parker? These are all situations that Girardi's got to take into account, especially with not a long track record. His track record's longer with Adam Warren than it is with Parker, even though Parker's had some success in big spots.
Well, here's Leon hitting .349, 7 homers and 33 ribbies. Tonight he's 1 for 3. First and second, 2 men out. Yankees up by 3, and the first pitch is low and away, 1-0. And you've got Jackie Bradley Jr. due up next.
And that would be Tommy Lane's batter if it gets that far.
This low.
Warren thought he had a strike there, and usually you do get one from John Hirschbeck.
Generally, Hirschbeck probably saw this as low, as it's another slider from Warren, and it is borderline probably low.
Leon, a .352 hitter this year with runners in scoring position. There's a strike. 2-1.
A lot of sliders from Warren in this particular inning. Even David Ortiz's home run was on a slider.
2-1. 2-2.
Backs that up with a changeup. If ever there was a time to break out your fastball in the inside corner, this would be it. After a steady dose of all these off-speed pitches.
Trent Friesen.
Yes. Warren, 93 miles an hour on the inside corner would work.
And the pitch. Driven down the right field line, and that is a foul ball.
That was a slider in. That's not quite fast enough.
He got it in enough to where Leon could not keep that fair.
Very few hitters, as David said, can keep this pitch fair. To get the barrel of the bat, you have to get it out in front. That means you pull the ball, and in this case, it went foul.
The only thing that makes this interesting is that is Pesky's pole right there, and it's a very short distance to get down that line and out or around it.
5-2, Yankees lead, bottom of the 8th. Ortiz has homered this inning. Time is called. You've got Betts at second, Shaw over at first. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. Leon at the plate. Warren on the mound. And the pitch. Strike 3, he got him. And he gets out of the jam. 1 run, 1 hit, 2 runners left. The run came on this swing. Home run number 537. His 34th of the year. We go to the 9th. Yankees up by 3. off on Yes as NYCFC continues their march to the playoffs against Western Conference leading FC Dallas at Yankee Stadium. Catch all the action Saturday at 7, presented by Etihad Airways right here on Yes. So we go to the 9th inning, and the Red Sox go to Joe Kelly, and they think that they have discovered something with Kelly out of the bullpen. Obviously, he did not do a good job as a starter, but working out of the bullpen, he throws really hard. They could use him in consecutive days, and as an organization, they've almost come to the conclusion that Kelly, although they acquired him to be a starter, he's such a hard thrower, might be better suited to be in the bullpen. Gary Sanchez leads off. This will be power against power. Kelly throws hard. And there's a 99-mile-an-hour fastball for a ball. You wonder how tough it must be for an organization to envision a guy being a starter and then see him actually excel as a reliever, and how long it must take you to give up, because it's hard to get starters. It seems easier to get relievers. And you wonder if the Yankees are going through that conundrum with Luis Severino. Now, he's going to relieve for the rest of this year, but do they say, okay, he could be a really good reliever for us, or do you turn away from starting that easily?
Well, the difference for Kelly lately, he's been getting his breaking ball over. He's always had a tremendous fastball, upwards of near 100 miles per hour. That was 99 on that last one. But the big difference is the breaking ball, which he could never really get over the plate and sometimes struggle with the fastball as well. Now he's got both of them kind of working and out of the bullpen. You only need 2 pitches out of the bullpen.
Sometimes, mentally speaking, or the mentality just lends itself to one role or another. Big difference between Kelly and Severino too is age. Kelly was born in 1988. He's 28 years old, coming, pushing 29 or 30 in the next couple of years. If he hasn't made it as a starter yet, that's probably a pretty good time to go ahead and take what you can get out of the pen.
Line drive, a base hit. Turned around a 99-mile-an-hour fastball and laced it into right field. So that's the second hit for Sanchez. He's 2 for 5.
Severino just 22 years old compared to Kelly. But sometimes you have to read the body language. You have to read the mentality. Some guys are just more suited from a personality standpoint to do this job, relief.
I always felt there were pitchers who performed better when they did not know when they were going to pitch.
That's exactly right.
As a reliever, your number can be called anytime. As a starter, you got 4 days to build up some anxiety before you pitch.
Here comes Willis again to talk with Joe Kelly. And here's Robbie Ross Jr. So that'll bring up Starlin Castro, 3 for 4. Couple of ribbies and a run scored. He has his average up to 274. He's got 4 hits and 17 at bats against Kelly, with 7 strikeouts. That one's driven to left field, hammered, and up against the wall. Hustling to third is Sanchez, and Castro says, I'll take 4 hits and stay at first.
That was a frozen rope. There's some dents in that wall. That almost went through the wall. 4-hit night for Starlin Castro. Man, he turns this around.
Made a loud sound off the bat. and a loud sound off the wall.
That's his 4th 4-hit game of the season.
Well, Billy Butler was due up, but Joe Girardi is going to send up Brian McCann to pinch hit against Kelly. 235, 19 homers, and 55 runs batted in. Yankees looking for more runs as they're batting in the top of the ninth. They're up 5-2. Infield is in for the Red Sox. Can't be easy coming off the bench and seeing 98.
Well, one thing about Kelly's fastball, it kind of holds its line. It's not really one that takes off or not throwing too many two-seamers up there. He's just 4-seam fastball, throwing it as hard as he can, and sometimes it gets in the middle of the plate, like that one. It's not always about the radar gun.
Two-one, 3-1 on McCann.
Here's that count again, David.
This is the best hitter's count, without a doubt.
In the history of baseball.
Well, there used to be 5 balls
It's
for a walk.
How long did those games take?
Going way back.
Swing and a miss.
That's how you're supposed to swing, 3-1. Air it out. Power against power. In this case, Kelly won.
Just a little bit high. Probably ball 4.
Swing and a miss. 100 miles an hour to strike out McCann, pinch hitting for Butler.
That's why over the years teams have loved Joe Kelly. He was with the Cardinals before he came here. I think the Cardinals got a little exasperated with his control issues. They were willing to move him. And wherever you go with an arm like this, they say, oh, we could fix this guy. We could get him to the point where he can be effective, get people out consistently.
Here's Didi. 2 for 4, a couple of doubles. Now the Red Sox back up at double play depth. That one's fouled off.
Yankees have left some runners out there. Got it going early. 2 in the first, 2 in the third. 5 runs is a nice offensive output, but they should have more. They should have 6 or 7 runs on the board. Some base running mistakes.
Look down. And to vacate the premises.
Toronto and the Angels underway. Second inning, 0-0. Orioles have 2 on in the 9th. 1 out. And they're trailing 7-6. They have runners on first and third, the Orioles do. The Trumbo is up. Three and one on Didi. After Leon struck out, a lot of the crowd left. Long game. 10:32. Red Sox just down by 3. Now the bases are loaded as Gregorius walks. Another conference on the mound.
Just the 17th walk for Didi Gregorius on the year. His aggressive style has served him well.
Pitch outside.
Yankees have 14 hits and 3 walks, so 17 base runners and 5 runs. Certainly missed opportunities. Chase Headley could make it all right with a knock right here.
1-2.
Oh, you certainly have to dial it up, though.
The kind of games on the bench that always kind of worried me is the Yankees haven't scored in about 4 innings. You're just kind of sitting around waiting for the Red Sox to come back. Missed opportunity after missed opportunity, base running mistakes.
I'd like to see him come back tomorrow. After you pick up a win. We'll see you tomorrow.
One, two.
Trying to look ahead to the 9th. Certainly, as it stands right now, it's still a save opportunity. Tommy Lane's warming up. Like to be able to stay away from Dellin Betances, if possible. Tyler Clippard as well could probably use a day of rest.
This is why this at bat is so big.
Two. 3-2. No place to put Headley.
Joe Kelly came in 32 innings on the year, 23 walks.
Swing and a miss. He struck him out. Feast or famine with Kelly.
Yep. More than a strikeout per inning, but a lot of base on balls. You get a lot of nothing happening when he comes up when he's pitching. Strikeouts and walks.
And a tough spot for the youngster Mason Williams now. And another trip to the mound. I don't know why it seems like this way to me, but it seems like there's been way more trips to the mound than ever this year.
I think we're getting to the point of the season where everything's on the line and they want everything No uncertain terms. This is how we're going to do this.
I think it's been all year though, Kenny. It's
okay.
amazing.
I thought you were talking about just recently.
It's unbelievable.
Okay.
A final from Baltimore. The Orioles did not score there, and it's 7-6 Tampa Bay win. So a win here, the Yankees could gain on at least 2 people in front of them, and obviously they'll have to wait to see how the Angels and the Blue Jays game turns out. There's a strike. After that strikeout, Headley is now 1 for 11 this year with runners with the bases loaded, and the one was a grand slam. Oh, right back to Kelly, and that ends the inning. Put up his glove in self-defense, ticketed for center field and 2 runs. But Kelly grabs it to end the inning. We go to the bottom of the 9th.
Back to the first inning, Billy Butler's first at bat as a Yankee, and it turns into a sacrifice fly as he drives home the second run of the first inning. Then in the third, up base hit, drives in Starlin Castro. So 2 at bats, 2 runs batted in. Billy Butler, welcome to the Yankees. So our Land Rover drives to the game.
All right, so it's a save situation, but with Betances having pitched 2 days in a row, Girardi's going to try to piece this together, and he'll start it off with Tommy Lane against Jackie Bradley Jr. But they'll send up a pinch hitter for Bradley.
The Aaron Hill.
So Bradley was 0 for 1 with 2 walks. And there's a strike.
Aaron Hill has been 2 for 10 as a pinch hitter for the Red Sox.
Did he go? Yes, he did. Count 0-2.
From the side, and yes.
And the 0-2. Swing and a miss. Aaron Hill strikes out against Lane.
Probably Lane's best pitch is kind of a big breaking curveball in the upper 70s, down and out of the zone. Aaron Hill right over the top.
So Benintendi was coming up to the plate. Now he's called back. And they're going to send up Chris Young.
Former Yankee Chris Young, who's had himself a good month of September. He's hitting 400 this month.
So with Young announced, Joe Girardi now will go to the bullpen and bring on the right-hander. It'll be Blake Parker. Lane gets the batter he faces. Now Parker will come on to face Young. On the WB Mason postgame. Plus, get the manager's report, interviews with the key players, and a look at the updated AL East and wild card standings. That's all coming up next, only on Yes. So Bob and Jack back in the studio. Meredith Barakovitz will work the clubhouse. Yankees need 2 more outs as they lead this one 5-2. First game of a 4-game set. First game of an 11-game, 12-day, 3-city road trip.
There are the numbers on Blake Parker. I had a nice discussion with him before the game in the Yankee dugout, and he was talking about his split finger fastball, how it comes and goes, the feel for it, and he finally got it together, and it's been one of his best pitches since coming to the Yankees. And sometimes you just don't have the feel for that pitch, and it doesn't do what you want it to do.
Parker deals a strike to Young.
With the splitter, I guess, David, one of the things is where you place your thumb underneath the ball to get the reaction you want from it.
It's certainly a big part of it, depending on whether it's a platoon advantage situation or not, a righty on a righty, or just in case you're wondering, yes, Dellin Betances is available. Girardi's trying to avoid it, but obviously needs this game if something goes on here.
Two and one, and it hit him. Hit him on the top of the helmet.
Young kind of ducks into a curveball here. Parker flipping a curveball up there that kind of hangs and backs up and ducked right into it.
And now Girardi will call on Dellin Betances. So Betances is going to come on and try to close this. This will be his 3rd game in a row, but as David said, pretty darn big game. Rebounds from a really tough outing yesterday against the Dodgers, where he gave up 2 runs in the 9th inning, and that's the game winners for the Dodgers. And it was more or less Dellin Betances having a tough time fielding his position and holding runners on. So it'll be interesting to see. Dellin seems like he has a problem throwing to bases, David. Will the Red Sox try to bunt back to Betances?
It's a valid point. Scouting reports around the league, and certainly in this situation, it would be something to look for, especially with Pedroia in the box. Sox down by 3, need base runners to try to turn over the lineup here.
20 pitches yesterday, 16 the day before. So he needs to get 2 outs here. They're going to let Chris Young take second. No one holding, and Young goes. Pitches up and in, so Young takes second on defensive indifference. Pedroia has only faced Betances 4 times in his career, no hits. Pedroia 1 for 4. Young leads off second. Yankees up by 3. And the pitch is up and in, 2-0.
See Pedroia clearly in take mode, understanding the situation in this game, knowing that with 1 out too, not only is Bogaerts on deck, but David Ortiz is behind him.
Fastball strike, 2-1.
Pedroia probably as good as a situational player as there is in the big leagues. All the way around, anticipating the flow of the game, understanding what's needed.
2-1. 3-1. 3-1 on the leadoff batter, second baseman Pedroia. The pitch way outside, not even close, and that's going to bring the tying run to the plate, Xander Bogaerts. Now Joe tells Sanchez to go talk with Betances. Let's see if he gets anybody up in the bullpen.
Well, barring a double play, Pedroia's walk now ensures that David Ortiz will get a chance to tie this game up or represent the tying run. There is such a thing, Kenny, as thinking too much. You know, we've seen a lot of these visits to the mound. Michael, you've noted it. Sometimes you outthink yourself instead of just being aggressive, trusting your stuff, pitching to your strengths. When in doubt, pitch to your strengths and be aggressive. Sometimes these meetings make you a little too tentative.
Runners go. There's a strike, so a double steal.
And it kind of takes away the possibility of a ground ball double play, which means David Ortiz will hit.
Which was the mission coming into this 9th inning. If you're on the Red Sox bench, give us a chance.
Late on that one, 0-2, 101 miles per hour by Betances.
And off the plate.
Second and third, one man out, bottom of the 9th. Yankees up 3. Tap back to Betances. He underhands home. They've got him in a rundown, and he's tagged out. So Betances did not try to go overhand. He went underhand right to Sanchez to get the big second out.
And he also did not try to go to first base, which is a longer throw. So this is a smarter play. He fields it. Plenty of time. Now the rundown ensues. There's the tag by Headley. And the Red Sox are down to their last out.
Bad base running once again.
Yeah.
Not knowing the situation. If he just should have held to third right here. Make sure the ball gets by the pitcher. Betances probably would have not made the throw to first on time. All the way around. Bad play.
Well, you would have ensured he at least would have thrown to first. You don't know what the results would have been if he had thrown it in that direction.
So here it is. You want drama, you got drama. Power against power, Betances against Ortiz. Ortiz is the tying run, first and second. And there's a strike. Ortiz 1 for 10 lifetime against Betances. The one was a home run. So a first pitch strike to the Red Sox number 3 hitter. Pedroia at second, Bogaerts at first. 2 men out, bottom of the 9th. 0-1. Goes with the breaking ball, misses upstairs. That's a pitch he has not had lately. He has not had the command of that breaking ball. And that's usually the game changer for him, the knee buckler. One. Missed again outside with that pitch, 2-1. The game hanging in the balance. Yankees have led throughout. The 2-1. 3 straight breaking balls missed, and now it's 3-1.
Power against power here. These are the matchups that fans love to see. Power pitchers against power hitters.
And Mookie Betts waiting on deck.
Yeah.
The pitch. Lined and a base hit to center field. Pedroia scores. Bogarts will go to third. It's an RBI single for Ortiz. And the Yankees now lead by 2, 5-3. And they will send in a pinch runner for Ortiz because he's the tying run at first.
We'll go back over that at bat. Tough at bat. Fastball gets the call down and away. Now you're in the driver's seat. And like Michael said, just missing. Not enough bite on that breaking ball like it usually has. 3 straight breaking balls that stay outside. And then the third one up and out over the plate. Again, not a lot of bite. Not the normal Betances break on that curve that we're used to seeing. And Poppy with an RBI single, and the magnifies to me the base running mistake by Chris Young there. That could have been bases loaded right there.
Marco Hernandez is going to pinch run for Ortiz, and now here's Mookie Betts, who is going to be in the MVP race in the American League, coming up in a big spot. And there's a strike with the breaking ball, so he's not abandoning it. He needs that pitch. And the count is 0-1.
And he has a lot of confidence in that pitch. We've seen Betances over the last 3 years work himself into jams and work himself right out of it as well.
The 0-1.
Sanchez wasn't sure he had that one. When he looked down, the ball was at his feet.
It is important to keep that runner at first base. That's the tying run. Here's the pitch Kenny's talking about. 1 ball, 1 strike, 2 outs. Pitch. Grounded in the hole, and it's a base hit. It's 5-4 Yankees, an RBI single for Mookie Betts, and the tying run moves to second.
It's another breaking ball, and you can see it just stays up right there. Almost lucky he got it up and in enough, because Betts just could do just enough to get it through the hole on a ground ball. So the hang on the breaking stuff stayed out of the zone, up and in. That actually was a favor to Betances.
Well, Larry Rothschild comes out and talks to his closer. There is no action in the Yankee bullpen. This game is Dellin Betances' game. And it'll be Betances against Hanley Ramirez, with Hernandez at second and Betts at first. Hanley Ramirez has faced Betances 8 times with 1 hit. Hernandez at second, Betts is at first. It all comes down to this in the bottom of the 9th inning at Fenway. And that gets away from Sanchez, and the tying run moves to third, and the winning run moves to second.
It's not a cross-up, because Sanchez would be going out talking to Betances. You see here, that's just unexpected movement, as Sanchez is anticipating the ball down and away, and just does not react to that fastball about 6 inches inside.
The 1-0, way outside. That scored a pass ball, by the way, on Sanchez.
Betances, very difficult to hit when he's right. He's also hard to catch, because a lot of times he doesn't know where it's going.
swing and a miss. Helped him out. That was ball 3, 2-1.
Guessing fastball, got a breaking ball. Right there, it looks like a fastball, then it darts away from home plate.
Just caught Ramirez in swing mode. He was swinging the minute Betances released the pitch.
2-1. Did he go? No, he did not. And Joe Girardi, throwing his hat up in the air, cannot believe that was not called a strike.
From the side.
Oh my goodness.
It's the strike.
Clearly through the zone and in front of home plate.
The 3-1. Fly ball, deep center. Going back, Ellsbury. Turning, looking. Ball game. A 3-run walk-off home run for Henley Ramirez. And a devastating loss for the New York Yankees.